Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the years before the War of the Ring, when the shadow had not yet gathered its full strength but whispered through forgotten corners of Middle-earth, there walked a man who bore many names. Some called him Strider in the taverns of Bree, where his weather-worn cloak and stern countenance marked him as one who travelled the wild roads. Others knew him as Thorongil in the far south, where he had served great lords in secret, but his true name, known only to the wise and to those who dwelt in the hidden valley of Rivendell, was Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Isildur, and rightful king of Gondor and Arnor. Yet in those days, he was but a ranger of the north, one of the Dunedain who guarded the borders of the Shire, and kept watch over the peaceful lands from threats the simple folk never knew existed. His was a life of vigilance and solitude, of long roads and longer nights beneath stars that remembered the glory of Númenor. He walked paths that others had forgotten, reading signs in broken twigs and bent grass that told stories of passing shadow and creeping peril. It was in the late autumn of his 40th year, when the leaves had turned to gold and russet, and the wind carried the first hints of winter's approach, that Aragorn found himself in the lone lands east of Bree. The region was aptly named, for few dwelt there save wandering shepherds, and the occasional merchant brave enough to traverse the old roads. The land rolled in gentle hills, covered with sparse grass and weathered stone, and here and there stood the remnants of ancient towers from the days when Arnor had been great, and the North Kingdom had stretched from the Grey Havens to the Misty Mountains. Aragorn had been tracking a band of orcs for 3 days and 3 nights, following their foul trail as it wound through gullies and over ridges. The creatures had come down from the mountains, driven perhaps by some dark purpose, or merely by their endless hunger for mischief and murder. They numbered perhaps a dozen, enough to threaten any small settlement or unwary travellers they might encounter. The ranger moved with practiced stealth, his hand never far from the hilt of his sword, his grey eyes constantly scanning the landscape for signs of his quarry. On the morning of the 4th day, as the sun climbed slowly over the eastern hills and burned away the mist that clung to the hollows, Aragorn came upon something unexpected. In a small dell, sheltered by a ring of standing stones, he found the orcs' camp, but it was abandoned. Their fire had been hastily scattered, and their tracks led away in several directions, as though they had fled in panic. The ranger knelt beside the cold ashes, running his fingers through the soil, reading the story written there as clearly as letters on a page. Something had driven them off, and recently. Within the hour, he judged. But what could make a band of orcs flee in such disorder? They were cowardly creatures when faced with superior force, but they did not scatter without cause. Aragorn's weathered face grew thoughtful as he studied the ground more carefully. There, at the edge of the camp, he found what he sought. A single footprint, smaller than his own but too large for a hobbit, pressed deep into the soft earth. It was the print of a man, or something that walked like a man, but there was something strange about it. The impression was too deep for the size of the foot, as though whoever made it carried great weight or moved with unnatural force. Around the standing stones, Aragorn discovered other signs that troubled him, scratches on the ancient rocks that looked almost like words in some forgotten tongue. A lingering sense of cold that had nothing to do with the autumn air. And, most disturbing of all, a circlet of withered grass, perfectly round, where everything within its bounds had turned grey and lifeless, as though drained of all vitality. The ranger had seen such signs before, in old books and in the teachings of the wise. They spoke of powers that should not walk abroad in the daylight world, of things that belonged to elder days when the shadow had worn different shapes. He stood in the centre of the dell, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword, and gazed about him with eyes that had been trained to see more than most men could perceive. The standing stones themselves were older than any kingdom of men, raised in the days of the Edain when they first came over the Blue Mountains into Beleriand. Some said such circles were places of power, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen world grew thin. If something had been summoned here, or had awoken from long sleep, the danger might be greater than a mere band of orcs. The wind shifted, bringing with it a scent that made Aragorn's nostrils flare. Wood smoke, and beneath it the smell of fear sweat and something else, something he could not quite identify. He moved swiftly to the northern edge of the dell and looked down into the valley beyond. There, perhaps half a mile distant, he could see a thin column of smoke rising from behind a low hill. It might be a shepherd's fire or a traveller's camp. But given what he had found in the dell, Aragorn knew he could not simply pass by. He set off at a steady lope that he could maintain for hours if needed, a pace that ate up the miles without exhausting the runner. The land here was open enough that he could move quickly while still remaining alert for danger. As he ran, his mind turned over the mysteries he had discovered. The scattered orcs, the strange footprint, the circle of death in the grass. They formed a pattern, but he could not yet see its shape clearly. Whatever had frightened the orcs might be friend or foe, but either way, Aragorn needed to know what walked these lands. As he drew closer to the source of the smoke, he slowed his pace and moved more cautiously, using the natural contours of the land to mask his approach. The smell of wood smoke grew stronger, and now he could hear voices, thin and high with fear. Women's voices and children crying. His jaw tightened. Whatever danger lurked here, innocents were caught in its shadow. Aragorn crept to the crest of the hill and looked down into a small hollow where 3 wagons had been drawn into a rough circle. They were the wagons of travelling folk, brightly painted once, but now faded and worn from long use. A fire burned in the centre of the circle, and around it huddled perhaps 20 people, mostly women and children, with a handful of old men. They had the look of refugees, those who had been driven from their homes by war or famine, or the general unease that had been growing across the north. But it was not the refugees that held Aragorn's attention. It was what stood at the edge of their camp, just beyond the reach of the firelight. At first glance, it appeared to be a man, tall and broad-shouldered, wrapped in a cloak of grey that seemed to shift and flow like mist. But no man stood so perfectly still, and no man cast a shadow that moved against the direction of the sun. As Aragorn watched, the figure raised one arm, and the refugees cowered back, their cries of fear rising higher. The ranger needed no further proof that something was amiss. Whatever this creature was, it menaced those who could not defend themselves, and that was something Aragorn, son of Arathorn, could not abide. He had sworn oaths long ago, oaths to protect the innocent and stand against the shadow in all its forms. He rose from his concealment and strode down the hill, his hand on his sword hilt, his grey cloak billowing behind him in the autumn wind. The figure turned as he approached, and for the first time, Aragorn saw its face, or what passed for a face. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth expanse of pale grey, featureless as unmarked stone. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, yet somehow it saw him and seemed to smile without lips. A voice emerged from that blank visage, cold as winter frost and hollow as a tomb. "Dunedain," it said, and the word carried echoes of ancient malice. "You walk far from your northern fastnesses. These are my people now. Turn back while you still can." Aragorn did not falter in his stride, though every instinct honed by years in the wild screamed warning at him. He had faced many evils in his time, from the savage cruelty of orcs to the cold malice of the Nazgul themselves. But this creature was something new, something that did not fit into the catalogue of darkness he had learned from Gandalf and the wise of Rivendell. Yet whatever it was, it threatened innocence, and that was enough. "I know not what you are," Aragorn said, his voice steady and clear as he came to stand between the creature and the huddled refugees. "But these people are under my protection now. If you wish them harm, you must first pass through me." The faceless thing tilted its head in a gesture that might have been amusement or curiosity. Its cloak rippled though there was no wind, and Aragorn saw now that it was not cloth at all but something that resembled smoke or mist, given half-solid form. The shadow it cast upon the ground writhed and twisted like a living thing, reaching toward him with dark tendrils. "Bold words from one who walks alone," the creature said, and its voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Do you know what I am, Ranger? I am older than your kingdoms, older than the memory of men. I walked these lands when the Edain first crossed the mountains, and I shall walk them still when the last of your kind has crumbled to dust. Behind Aragorn, he could hear the refugees weeping and praying in their fear. An old woman's voice rose in a half-remembered hymn to the Valar, thin and trembling. A child cried for his mother. The sounds strengthened Aragorn's resolve. He had not spent long years in the wilderness, sacrificing comfort and companionship and the claim to his kingship, only to fail those who needed him now. Then you have seen the rise and fall of many evils, Aragorn replied, drawing his sword with a sharp ring of steel. The blade had been reforged in Rivendell from the shards of Narsil, though that time was yet to come. This was a lesser weapon, but still good steel, and it had tasted the black blood of orcs many times. And you shall see one more evil fall this day, if evil you be. The creature's laughter was like the sound of dead leaves scraping across stone. You cannot harm me with mortal blades, Dunedain. I am not of flesh. I am the hunger that walks, the void that consumes. I am what remains when hope has fled and light has failed. As it spoke, it began to move toward Aragorn, gliding over the ground without seeming to walk. The grass beneath it withered and turned grey, just as Aragorn had seen in the dell. Aragorn held his ground, though his mind raced. If ordinary steel could not harm this creature, he would need to find another way. He thought of the lore he had learned, the teachings of Elrond and the tales told by rangers around their campfires. There were many things that walked in darkness, some bound to physical form and others not. Some could be fought with blade and bow, others only with words of power or the strength of will. The creature was almost upon him now, and Aragorn could feel the cold that radiated from it, a chill that had nothing to do with weather but seemed to drain the very warmth from his body. His breath misted in the air before him, and frost began to form on his cloak and beard. The refugees behind him screamed, but he did not turn. He fixed his grey eyes upon the blank face of the creature and spoke in a voice that rang with the authority of his ancient lineage. "By the power of the Valar and the light of Erendil, I name you," he cried. "You are shadow without substance, hunger without form. You are no ancient power but a remnant, a fragment of darkness that feeds on fear." As he spoke, he remembered something Gandalf had once told him during his long training in Rivendell. There are creatures that exist only in the terror they inspire. Starve them of fear, and they have no power. The creature recoiled slightly, and for the first time, uncertainty seemed to flicker across its featureless face. "You know nothing, mortal," it hissed, but there was less certainty in its voice now. "I have fed on the fear of thousands. I have drunk deep of despair and grown strong on sorrow." "Then you are nothing more than a carrion eater," Aragorn shot back, taking a step forward rather than retreating. "A scavenger that preys upon the weak. You drove off the orcs not through strength, but through the fear you inspire. And now you seek to terrify these helpless folk to sustain your miserable existence." He raised his sword high, and though he knew the blade itself might not harm this creature, the gesture was one of defiance and courage. "But I do not fear you." And in that moment, Aragorn realized the truth of his own words. He did not fear this thing. He had faced too much, endured too much, to be cowed by a manifestation of despair. He was the heir of Isildur, descended from the kings of Númenor and the lords of Andúnië. His line stretched back through ages of the world to the First Age, when men had stood beside elves against Morgoth himself. What was this shadow thing compared to that? The creature seemed to sense the change in him, for it drew back, its misty form roiling and churning. "You are strong in spirit, Ranger," it acknowledged, and now there was genuine wariness in its tone. "Stronger than most who walk these lands, but I do not need to destroy you. I need only wait. Eventually, you will leave, and these people will be mine once more." Aragorn's mind worked quickly. The creature was right in one respect. He could not stay here indefinitely to guard the refugees. He had other duties, other threats to track and counter. But neither could he simply abandon these people to this horror. There had to be a way to drive the creature off permanently, or at least to give the refugees the means to protect themselves. "Tell me your nature," Aragorn demanded, keeping his sword raised. "What are you, truly? Whence did you come?" The creature was silent for a long moment, and Aragorn wondered if it would answer, but perhaps it was vain, as many dark things were, and could not resist the chance to speak of itself. "I am a remnant of despair," it said finally, "born in the dark years when Angmar made war upon your northern kingdoms. So much fear was there, so much grief and terror, that it took on a life of its own. When Angmar fell and the Witch King was driven away, I remained, feeding on the residue of that ancient anguish. And I have grown stronger as the shadow in the east has grown, for fear is spreading across Middle-earth once more." Now, Aragorn understood. This was not some ancient evil from the Elder Days, but something more recent, relatively speaking. A thing born of the wars against Angmar, given form by the collective terror of those dark times. And if it fed on fear, then the key to defeating it was not steel but courage and hope. He turned to look at the refugees, who stared at him with wide eyes. They had heard the exchange, heard the creature speak of its nature. "Listen to me," Aragorn said to them, his voice firm but kind. "This thing has no power over you, save what you give it through your fear. It feeds on terror and despair. Deny it that sustenance, and it will wither and fade." An old man, grey-bearded and bent with years, spoke up from the circle of wagons. "Easy words for a warrior to speak, master, but we are simple folk. How can we stand against such a thing without fear?" "By remembering what you have already endured," Aragorn replied. He sheathed his sword in a deliberate gesture, showing that he did not need it. "You have survived whatever drove you from your homes. You have protected your children and kept them alive through hardship. That took courage, whether you name it such or not. This creature is nothing compared to what you have already faced." He could see his words taking root, see the refugees straightening slightly, their tears beginning to dry. The creature sensed it too, for it let out a hiss of frustration. Its form began to flicker and fade slightly, becoming less substantial. "No," it whispered. "You cannot take them from me. I need them." "You need nothing," Aragorn said coldly. "You are a parasite, and like all parasites, you will starve when cut off from your host." He turned back to the refugees and raised his voice so all could hear. "Build up your fire. Sing songs of your homes and your loved ones. Speak of hope and of the future. This shadow feeds on darkness and silence. Fill the air with light and sound, and it will have no place here." At first, the refugees seemed uncertain, glancing between Aragorn and the creature with expressions of doubt and lingering terror. But then a young woman, holding a babe in her arms, began to hum a lullaby. Her voice was soft and tremulous at first, barely audible over the crackling of the fire. But as she sang, others began to join her. An old grandmother added her quavering voice. A young boy, no more than 8 winters old, picked up the melody and sang it, clear and true. The song was a simple one, the kind that mothers throughout Middle-earth had sung to their children since time immemorial. It spoke of stars and moonlight, of safe hearths and warm beds, of morning sun and the promise of tomorrow. There was nothing magical about the words themselves, no ancient power or elvish enchantment. Yet, as the voices rose together, weaving in harmony, Aragorn saw the creature recoil as though struck by a physical blow. The thing that called itself hunger and void seemed to diminish before his eyes. Its misty form grew thinner, more transparent, and the cold that radiated from it began to lessen. The grass at its feet, which had withered to grey, showed the faintest hint of green returning. The shadow it cast grew shorter, less menacing, until it was nothing more than what any ordinary figure might throw in the autumn sunlight. "No," the creature hissed, its voice losing the hollow resonance that had made it sound so terrible. "This cannot be. I am fear made manifest. I am the darkness that dwells in every heart." But even as it spoke, its words rang hollow, and Aragorn heard the desperation underlying them. The creature was weakening, its very essence draining away as the refugees found their courage. Aragorn moved to the fire and added wood from the supply the refugees had gathered. The flames leaped higher, casting bright light across the hollow and driving back the shadows that had seemed so oppressive moments before. "Keep singing," he urged the people. "Do not let silence fall. Remember, you are not alone. You have each other, and together you are stronger than any shadow." Inspired by his words and the visible effect their singing was having, the refugees grew bolder. More voices joined the lullaby, and when that song ended, another began. This one was a harvest song from the fields of Arnor. speaking of golden grain and full barns, of plenty and prosperity. Then came a love song, tender and sweet, that made some of the younger folk blush and smile despite their recent terror. The old man who had spoken earlier began to tell a tale, his voice growing stronger as he recounted the story of his grandfather's grandfather, who had been a soldier in the armies of Arna before the kingdom fell. With each song and story, the creature grew weaker. It tried to advance toward the circle of wagons several times, reaching out with tendrils of shadow and cold, but each time it was driven back by the sound of human voices raised in defiance of despair. Aragorn watched it carefully, his hand resting on his sword hilt, ready to intervene if needed. But he sensed that the real battle was not one of steel and strength, but of will and hope. And in that battle, the refugees were proving themselves warriors worthy of their ancestors. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, approaching noon, the creature made one final attempt to assert its power. It drew itself up to its full height, towering over even Aragorn, and spread its arms wide. The misty cloak billowed outward, growing darker and more substantial, blocking out the sunlight. For a moment, shadow fell across the hollow, and the temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the wagons and the ground, and the fire guttered and nearly went out. "You will fear me," the creature roared, and its voice shook the earth. "I am eternal. I am the darkness at the end of all things. I am the despair that waits for every soul." Dark visions seemed to emanate from it. Images of loss and failure, of loved ones dying and homes burning, of a world consumed by shadow and evil triumphant. The refugees cried out and covered their eyes, and even Aragorn felt the weight of the creature's power pressing down upon him like a physical burden. But the ranger had faced the darkness before, and would face it again. He thought of Rivendell, peaceful and fair, in its hidden valley. He thought of the Shire, where simple folk lived their lives in contentment, unaware of the dangers that stalked the borders of their land. He thought of Arwen Undomiel, the Evenstar, whose beauty and grace gave him strength even in his darkest hours. And he thought of the throne of Gondor, waiting for the king who would return. These thoughts filled Aragorn's heart with light and purpose, and he raised his voice above the creature's roar. "You are not eternal," he cried. "You are a shadow, and shadows flee before the light. You are despair, and despair has no power over those who keep hope alive in their hearts." He began to sing himself, his voice strong and clear, a song in the high tongue of the Dunedain that spoke of the ancient glory of Númenor and the undying lands of the West. The words of the song were old beyond reckoning, taught to him by Elrond in the libraries of Rivendell. They spoke of Eärendil the Mariner, who had sailed to Valinor bearing a Silmaril upon his brow, and had been set among the stars as a sign of hope for all the peoples of Middle-earth. They spoke of Gil-galad the Elven King and Elendil the Tall, who had stood against Sauron in the last alliance and had thrown down his power. They spoke of courage in the face of overwhelming darkness, of light that endured even when all seemed lost. As Aragorn sang, the refugees took heart once more. They joined their voices to his, even though they did not know the words of his ancient song. They hummed the melody or sang their own songs in counterpoint, creating a tapestry of sound that filled the hollow and rose up toward the clear sky. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The shadow that the creature had cast began to break apart, fragmenting into wisps of mist that dissolved in the sunlight. The cold retreated, and warmth returned to the air. The frost melted from the wagons, and the fire blazed up bright and strong once more. The creature itself was shrinking now, its form collapsing inward like a tower of sand undermined by the tide. It reached out one last time toward the refugees, its voice reduced to a desperate whisper. "Please," it said, and for the first time there was something almost pitiful in its tone. "I am so hungry. I need to feed. Without fear I am nothing." "Then be nothing," Aragorn said, not without compassion, for he understood that this creature was itself a victim of the ancient evil that had spawned it. "Return to the void from which you came. Trouble these lands no more." With a final wail that sounded like wind through a broken window, the creature dissipated completely. One moment it was there, barely visible but still present, and the next it was gone. Not destroyed perhaps, for such things were not easily destroyed, but banished, driven away to seek easier prey elsewhere, or to fade into nothingness for lack of sustenance. The oppressive weight that had hung over the hollow lifted, and the very air seemed cleaner and fresher. as though a poison had been drawn from it. The refugees fell silent, staring at the place where the creature had been. Then, slowly, they began to realize that it was truly gone. Smiles broke out on faces that had been tight with fear. Children laughed and began to play. The old grandmother wept tears of relief and gratitude. Several of the refugees rushed forward to thank Aragorn, trying to kiss his hands or offer him what little they had in payment for their deliverance. But Aragorn waved away their thanks and refused any payment. "You saved yourselves," he told them gently. "I merely showed you the way. It was your courage, your hope, your refusal to surrender to despair that drove the creature away. Remember this day, and remember that you are stronger than you know." The old man who had spoken earlier approached Aragorn and bowed deeply. "We are in your debt, Lord," he said, for he had the wit to recognize that this was no common ranger, but someone of greater lineage and authority. "May we know the name of our deliverer?" Aragorn hesitated, as he always did when asked this question. He had many names, and each carried its own weight of meaning and responsibility. But to these simple folk, he was what he had always been in the wild lands of the north. "I am called Strider," he said at last. "A ranger of the north, no more and no less." The old man nodded slowly, as though he understood that there was more to the story than Aragorn was telling. "Then, the rangers are greater than the tales tell," he said. "We thought you were mere wanderers and vagabonds, but I see now that you are the guardians of us all." He turned to his people and raised his voice. "Let us remember this day, and let us remember the name of Strider, who taught us that courage lives in the humblest heart." The refugees cheered, their voices still strong from the singing that had saved them, and Aragorn felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the fire. This was why he walked the lonely paths, why he endured the cold nights and the hard ground, why he had set aside his claim to kingship for a life of vigilance in the wild. Not for glory or recognition, but for moments like these, when simple folk could sleep safely because someone stood watch in the darkness. Yet even as he accepted their gratitude with a modest nod, Aragorn's mind was already turning to practical matters. These people were not safe yet. They were far from any settlement, and the band of orcs he had been tracking was still somewhere in the area. The fear creature might have driven the orcs away temporarily, but they would return once they sensed the shadow was gone. And there were other dangers in the lone lands besides orcs and manifestations of ancient despair. "Where are you bound?" Aragorn asked the old man, who seemed to be the leader, or at least the spokesman for the group. "And what brought you to this desolate place?" The old man's face grew somber. "We are refugees from the village of Arket, Lord Strider. 3 weeks past, our homes were raided by brigands and hillmen out of the north. They came in the night with fire and sword, killing those who resisted, and carrying off what they could not burn. We are all that escaped, 23 souls in all, mostly women and children and those too old to fight." Aragorn's jaw tightened. Arket was a small settlement to the southeast, not far from Bree. That such violence could reach so close to the more civilized lands spoke of the growing boldness of the enemy. The shadow was spreading, and not just through great armies and dark sorcery, but through the corruption of men's hearts, turning them to banditry and cruelty. "And where do you go now?" he asked gently. "We hope to reach Bree," the old man replied. "There are kinfolk there who might take us in, and the town is well defended enough that the brigands would not dare attack it. But the journey is long, and we are weary. We thought to rest here a few days, to gather our strength and let the children recover from the hard traveling. Then that creature appeared, and we could not leave even had we wished to. It held us here with our fear, and each day we grew weaker." Aragorn nodded thoughtfully. Bree was perhaps 2 days' journey to the west, closer if they pushed hard, but these people were in no condition for forced marching. The children looked thin and tired, and several of the older folk seemed barely able to stand. They would need rest and proper food before they could continue. Yet to remain here much longer was dangerous. The orcs would be drawn back to the area, and without the fear creature to drive them off, the refugees would be easy prey. "You cannot stay here," Aragorn said decisively. "The orcs I have been tracking will return, perhaps as soon as tonight, and while I could defend you against them, it would be better to avoid battle entirely. The lone lands are no place for folk who cannot fight." He paused, considering. "There is a place perhaps half a day's journey to the southwest, an old waystation from the days of the North Kingdom. The walls still stand, and there is a well with good water. You could rest there in safety while I continue to track the orcs and ensure they move away from your path to Bree." The old man looked uncertain. "Half a day's journey," he murmured. "I do not know if all can make it, Lord Strider. Some of the children are very young, and old Mablung there has been ailing since we left Archet." He gestured to an elderly man who sat wrapped in blankets by the fire, his breathing laboured and his face pale. Aragorn moved to the ailing man and knelt beside him, his practiced eye taking in the signs of illness. He had learned much of healing in Rivendell, for Elrond was the greatest healer in Middle-earth, and Aragorn had been an apt pupil. He placed a hand on the old man's forehead and felt the heat of fever there. "How long has he been thus?" he asked. 5 days, replied a woman who seemed to be the man's daughter. "He took a chill from sleeping on the cold ground, and it has settled in his lungs. We have tried to keep him warm and fed, but he grows weaker each day." Aragorn examined the old man more closely, noting the bluish tinge to his lips and the way his chest rattled with each breath. This was serious, perhaps beyond what simple field medicine could address. The man needed rest in a warm bed, proper food, and herbs that Aragorn did not carry with him. "He cannot travel," Aragorn said quietly to the daughter. "Not in his current state. The journey would kill him." Tears welled in the woman's eyes. "Then what are we to do? We cannot leave him here alone, and if we all stay, the orcs will come." Aragorn was silent for a moment, weighing his options. He could not defend all these people if the orcs attacked in force, not without endangering his own life needlessly, but neither could he abandon them. An idea began to form in his mind. Risky, but possible. "I will make a litter," he said at last. "We can carry him to the waystation. It will slow us, but we should still reach it before nightfall. Once you are safely behind walls, I will return to deal with the orcs." The relief on the woman's face was palpable, and the old man who led the refugees clasped Aragorn's hand with surprising strength. "Bless you, Lord Strider. We are simple folk, and have little to offer, but what we have is yours." Aragorn shook his head. "I need nothing but your safety. Now, let us prepare to move. We have wasted enough time already, and the day grows short." He turned to survey the refugees, taking mental stock of their condition. Most seemed capable of walking, though they would need to move slowly. The children could ride in the wagons, which would ease the burden on the adults. With proper organization, they could make the journey. He set about directing the preparations with the quiet authority of one accustomed to command. 2 of the stronger men were tasked with fashioning a litter from branches and blankets, while others packed up the camp and prepared the wagons for travel. Aragorn himself climbed a nearby hill to scout the surrounding area, his keen eyes searching for any sign of danger. From his vantage point, he could see for miles in every direction. The lone land stretched out before him, empty and desolate under the autumn sun. To the north, the dark line of the Weather Hills marked the border between the civilized lands and the true wilderness. To the south, he could just make out the road that led eventually to Bree, though it was many miles distant and overgrown with disuse. And to the east, the misty mountains rose up like a wall against the sky, their peaks already dusted with snow. But it was closer to hand that caught his attention. Perhaps 2 miles to the north, he saw smoke rising from behind a ridge. Not much, just a thin tendril, but enough to mark where someone or something had made a fire. Orcs, most likely, the same band he had been tracking. They had not gone far after all, but had merely circled around and made camp again. That was troubling. It suggested they were not simply passing through the area but had some purpose here, some reason to linger. Aragorn studied the smoke for several minutes, his mind working through the possibilities. Orcs were not subtle creatures. When they wanted to travel, they moved quickly and covered ground. When they lingered in an area, it usually meant they were waiting for something or someone. Could there be more of them coming, or were they perhaps working for someone carrying out orders from a higher power? The thought sent a chill down his spine. In recent years, the orcs had become more organized, more purposeful in their actions. It was as though some dark intelligence was guiding them, coordinating their raids and movements. Gandalf had spoken of his suspicions that the shadow was stirring again in the Far East, that Sauron's power was growing in Mordor. If that were true, then these orcs might be more than just a random band of raiders. They might be scouts or advanced troops for something larger and more dangerous. But that was a problem for another day. Right now, his concern was getting these refugees to safety. Aragorn returned to the camp to find the litter completed and the wagons ready to move. The ailing old man had been carefully transferred to the litter, covered with blankets, and two sturdy men stood ready to carry him. The rest of the refugees were gathered and prepared, the children excited by the prospect of movement after days of fearful inactivity. "We move quickly but carefully," Aragorn told them. "Stay together and do not stray from the path I set. If I signal you to stop or hide, do so immediately and without question. The land ahead is rough, but the waystation lies in a sheltered vale where we should be safe from observation." He took his place at the head of the column and led them out of the hollow where they had been trapped by fear for so many days. As they walked, Aragorn kept his senses alert, watching for any sign of danger. The sun was past its zenith now, beginning its long descent toward evening. They would need to reach the waystation before dark. The journey through the lone lands was slow and arduous, though Aragorn chose the easiest paths he could find. The land here was treacherous, full of hidden gullies and rocky outcroppings that could turn an ankle or break a wagon wheel. More than once, he had to halt the column while he scouted ahead, ensuring that the way was passable for the heavily laden wagons and the men carrying the litter. The children bore the journey better than the adults, as children often do. They found wonder in the wild landscape, pointing out rabbits that darted between the rocks and hawks that circled overhead. Their voices, raised in questions and exclamations, brought a strange comfort to the weary adults. Life continued, even in these desolate places. Innocence endured, even in the shadow of danger. But Aragorn noticed that the older folk were struggling. They walked with the determination of those who have no choice, each step an act of will rather than ease. The woman who cared for the ailing Mablung stayed close to the litter, her face drawn with worry as she watched her father's laboured breathing. The old man who led the refugees limped slightly, favouring his left leg, though he tried to hide it. These were people who had already endured much and were running on the last reserves of their strength. As the afternoon wore on, Aragorn began to recognise landmarks from his long years of ranging through these lands. There, a standing stone carved with runes so weathered that even his trained eye could barely make them out. It marked the boundary of what had once been the royal hunting grounds of Arna, back when kings still sat in Fornost and the North Kingdom was mighty. And there, a line of ancient trees, twisted and gnarled with age, that had been planted as a windbreak for travellers on the old road that no longer existed, save as a faint depression in the earth. The waystation lay ahead now, perhaps another hour's walk. Aragorn could picture it clearly in his mind, for he had sheltered there many times during his long years of wandering. It was a small fortress, really, built in the days when Arna maintained a network of such places across the north. The walls were stout stone, 10 feet high, and proof against anything short of a siege engine. There was a gatehouse with a heavy wooden door, reinforced with iron, and inside, a courtyard with a well and several small buildings where travellers could find shelter. The place had been abandoned for centuries, left to slowly crumble as the North Kingdom fell and the rangers became too few to maintain such outposts. But the walls still stood, and the well still held good water, filtered through deep rock. It would be a refuge for these people, at least for a few days while they recovered their strength and Aragorn dealt with the orc threat. But reaching it would not be easy. The last part of the journey required descending a steep hillside and crossing a rocky stream bed. Aragorn called a halt at the top of the hill and went forward alone to scout the descent. The slope was treacherous, covered with loose scree that shifted underfoot. The wagons would need to be carefully guided down, perhaps even lowered with ropes in places. As he studied the terrain, Aragorn's eye caught movement in the valley below. He dropped to one knee behind a boulder, his hand moving instinctively to his sword hilt. For a long moment he remained perfectly still, watching. There, near the stream bed, something moved among the rocks, dark shapes hunched and furtive. His heart sank as he counted them. 5, 6, 7 orcs, and they were positioned directly along the path the refugees would need to take to reach the waystation. Aragorn's mind raced, weighing options. He could try to lead the refugees around, taking a longer path that would add hours to their journey. But the sick man would not survive such a delay, and darkness would catch them in the open. He could try to sneak past the orcs, hoping they would not notice the slow-moving column of refugees. But that was a forlorn hope. Orcs might be many things, but blind and deaf they were not. That left only one choice. He would have to deal with the orcs himself, and quickly, before they could raise an alarm or attack the refugees. 7 orcs were poor odds for one man, even a ranger trained in Rivendell. But Aragorn had faced worse odds before and prevailed, and he had the advantage of surprise and the high ground. He returned to the refugees, his face grave but calm. The old man who led them read his expression immediately. "Trouble?" he asked quietly, keeping his voice low so as not to alarm the others. "Orcs," Aragorn said simply. 7 of them, blocking our path to the waystation. I will go ahead and clear the way. Wait here until I signal you to proceed." He saw the fear flash in the old man's eyes, quickly mastered. "If I do not return within an hour, you must turn back and make for Bree as best you can. Do not attempt to go forward." "Lord Strider," the old man began, but Aragorn cut him off with a shake of his head. "There is no other way. Watch for my signal, and keep the children quiet." With that, he moved away from the column, descending the hillside with the silence of a hunting cat. Years of ranging had taught him how to move without sound, how to use the terrain to mask his approach. He flowed from rock to rock, from shadow to shadow, his grey cloak blending perfectly with the stone around him. The orcs were gathered around a small fire in a hollow beside the stream. They had made a poor camp, leaving their weapons scattered about and posting no sentries. Either they were supremely confident in their safety, or more likely, they were simply stupid and lazy. Orcs were not known for their discipline, especially when no stronger will was there to drive them. Aragorn studied them from concealment, assessing his targets. They were smaller than the great Uruk-hai of Isengard that would later plague the West, but still dangerous. Each stood perhaps 5.5 feet tall, with long arms, hunched backs, and faces that were cruel parodies of humanity. They wore rough armor of leather and metal scraps, and carried weapons that were crude but effective. Scimitars, mostly, with a few spears and one bow. The archer was the greatest threat. Aragorn marked him carefully, a slightly larger orc who sat apart from the others, his bow laid across his knees. That one would need to die first. An orc archer could raise an alarm or cut down a fleeing target before Aragorn could close the distance. Aragorn knocked an arrow to his own bow, a weapon of elven make given to him by Elrond. He drew the string back to his ear, sighting carefully on the archer. The distance was perhaps 60 yards, and there was a slight breeze from the west that would push the arrow to the right. He adjusted his aim and held his breath, feeling his heartbeat slow as he entered the calm that came before action. The arrow flew true, a grey streak in the fading light. It took the orc archer in the throat, and the creature toppled backward without a sound, its hands clutching uselessly at the shaft. The other orcs, intent on their squabbling around the fire, did not notice immediately. Aragorn was already moving, descending the slope in a controlled slide, his sword clearing its sheath with a whisper of steel. He was among them before they understood what was happening. His blade took the first orc across the back of the neck as it turned, too slowly, toward the sound of his approach. The second orc managed to raise its scimitar in a clumsy parry, but Aragorn's longer reach and superior skill told. He deflected the orc blade and drove his point through the creature's chest in one fluid motion. Now the alarm was raised. The remaining 4 orcs scrambled for their weapons, shouting in their harsh tongue. One lunged at Aragorn with a spear, a wild thrust that he sidestepped easily, bringing his sword down on the orc's extended arm. Bone crunched, and the creature howled, dropping its weapon. Aragorn silenced it with a swift stroke that ended its pain. 3 left, and they were backing away now, their initial surprise turning to fear as they realized they faced no ordinary man. Orcs were cowards at heart, brave only when the odds favored them or when driven by a stronger will. These 3 saw death in the grey-eyed ranger who stood before them, his sword dark with their comrades' blood. They broke and ran, scattering in different directions. Aragorn cursed under his breath. He could not let them escape to raise an alarm. He pursued the nearest one, running it down as it fled toward the streambed. His sword took it between the shoulder blades, and it fell face first into the shallow water. The other 2 had split up, one heading upstream and one down. Aragorn made a quick decision and went after the one heading upstream, toward where the waystation lay. This one was faster than its fellows, fear lending speed to its legs. But Aragorn was faster still, his long legs eating up the distance. He caught up to the orc as it tried to scramble up the far bank of the stream. His hand seized the creature's ankle and pulled it back down. The orc turned, slashing wildly with a knife it had drawn from its belt. Aragorn caught the creature's wrist, twisted sharply, and heard bones snap. The knife fell from nerveless fingers, and Aragorn's blade ended the fight. That left one, and Aragorn had lost sight of it in the pursuit. He stood still, listening, his breathing controlled despite the exertion. There, the sound of rocks clattering downstream. The last orc was trying to escape rather than fight. Aragorn set off at a steady lope, tracking the sound. He found the orc a quarter-mile downstream, crouched behind a boulder and whimpering to itself. It saw Aragorn approaching and threw down its weapon, raising its hands in a gesture of surrender. Aragorn hesitated. He took no pleasure in killing, even orcs, but he knew these creatures. They were treacherous and cruel, and this one would raise the alarm the moment his back was turned, bringing more of its kind down on the refugees. "Speak," Aragorn commanded in the black speech, the harsh tongue of Mordor that all orcs understood. "Why do you linger in these lands? What is your purpose here?" The orc cringed, its yellow eyes darting about as though seeking escape. When it spoke, its voice was a raspy whine, filled with a peculiar mixture of civility and malice that characterized its kind. "No purpose, master. No purpose. We come south from mountains. Yes, seeking easy prey. Man flesh, hobbit flesh, anything we can catch." Aragorn's eyes narrowed. The creature was lying, or at least, not telling the full truth. He could see it in the way its gaze shifted, in the nervous twitch of its clawed fingers. "You do not hunt alone," he said. "There are more of you. How many?" The orc hesitated, and Aragorn took a step closer, his blade still pointed at the creature's throat. "Speak truth, or your death will not be swift." 20, maybe more," the orc babbled. "Camped in hills to north. Big chief leads us, strong warrior, stronger than any man. He has orders from... The orc's voice trailed off, and genuine fear flickered across its twisted features. From whom? Aragorn pressed, though he suspected he already knew the answer. But the orc would say no more. It shook its head frantically, gibbering in terror. Cannot say. Cannot say. He would know. He would hear. He would make us suffer. Kill me quick, man-thing, but do not make me speak that name." Aragorn studied the creature for a long moment. 20 orcs or more, led by a chieftain and operating under orders from some dark power. This was worse than he had feared. These were not just raiders, but organized troops, perhaps scouts for a larger force. And if they were under orders not to speak of their master, then that master was someone or something powerful enough to instill terror even in these heartless creatures. He made his decision quickly, knowing it might be a mistake, but unable to bring himself to strike down an unarmed foe. "Run," he said in the common speech. "Run north to your fellows and tell them this. The lands south of the Weather Hills are guarded. Any who come seeking prey will find only death. Now go, before I change my mind." The orc stared at him in disbelief for a heartbeat, then scrambled to its feet and fled, vanishing into the growing dusk with surprising speed. Aragorn watched it go, already second-guessing his mercy, but what was done was done. He could only hope that the warning would carry weight, that the orcs would think twice before venturing south again, and if they did not, he would deal with them when they came. He made his way back upstream to where the bodies of the slain orcs lay scattered. The work that followed was grim but necessary. He dragged the corpses to a deep pool in the stream and weighted them down with stones, not out of respect for the dead, but to keep scavengers from being drawn to the area. The last thing the refugees needed was to stumble upon orc remains, or to have wolves and crows circling overhead, marking their position. By the time he finished, the sun was low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson. Aragorn climbed back up the hillside to where the refugees waited. He found them huddled together, the children silent and wide-eyed, the adults tense with worry. The old man stepped forward as Aragorn approached, searching his face for news. "It is done," Aragorn said simply. "The way is clear, but we must move quickly now. Darkness comes, and I would have you safe behind walls before full night falls." Relief washed over the old man's face, quickly replaced by renewed determination. "We are ready, Lord Strider. Lead on." The descent proved as difficult as Aragorn had feared. The wagons had to be lowered down the steepest sections with ropes, the men straining to control their weight as they slid over the loose scree. The litter bearing old Mablung required even more care, with 4 men carrying it now instead of 2, each step taken with painstaking caution. But the refugees worked together with the efficiency born of shared hardship, and slowly they made their way down. By the time they reached the streambed, the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. Aragorn led them across the shallow water and up the far bank, following a path that only he could see, marked by ancient stones that most would take for natural formations. The waystation appeared before them as darkness fell fully, its grey walls seeming to rise up from the earth itself. The sight of those walls brought tears to more than one pair of eyes. After days of fear and exposure, the promise of shelter and safety was almost overwhelming. The refugees hastened forward, their exhaustion forgotten in their eagerness to reach sanctuary. Aragorn went ahead to the gatehouse, where the heavy wooden door hung slightly ajar, its hinges rusted but still functional. He pushed the door open carefully, his sword drawn, checking to ensure that nothing had made its lair within the walls. But the courtyard was empty save for weeds growing between the paving stones and a single twisted tree that had somehow taken root near the well. The buildings that lined the walls were roofless, their timbers long since rotted away, but their walls still stood firm, providing windbreaks and a measure of shelter. "Come," Aragorn called to the refugees. "This place is safe." They streamed through the gate, the children racing ahead to explore, while the adults began the work of making camp. Aragorn directed them to the most sheltered corner of the courtyard, where three walls met, and provided protection from the wind that had begun to rise with nightfall. While the men unhitched the wagons and the women gathered what little wood they could find for a fire, Aragorn went to check the well. The stone rim was cracked and covered with moss, but when he lowered a rope with a bucket attached, it came up full of clear, cold water. He tasted it carefully and found it good, untainted, despite the years of neglect. That was one blessing at least. They would not lack for water while they sheltered here. As night settled fully over the Lonelands, the refugees gathered around a small fire in the courtyard. It was not much warmth against the autumn chill, but it was enough to heat water for tea and cook a simple meal from their dwindling supplies. The children, exhausted from the day's journey, fell asleep quickly, curled up in the wagons or wrapped in blankets on the ground. The adults sat longer, speaking in quiet voices, still hardly able to believe they had found safety after so many days of fear. Aragorn stood apart, keeping watch from the walls. From this vantage point, he could see for miles in every direction under the light of the rising moon. The land lay silent and seemingly empty, but he knew better than to trust appearances. Somewhere to the north, a larger band of orcs was camped, and they would eventually notice that their scouts had not returned. When they did, they would come looking. The old man climbed the stairs to join him on the wall, moving stiffly on legs that had carried him far that day. "You saved us again, Lord Strider," he said quietly. "Twice in one day you have delivered us from evil." "I did only what was needed," Aragorn replied, his eyes still scanning the darkness. "But your trials are not over yet. There are more orcs to the north, and they will come south when they realize their fellows are missing. Then we are still in danger. All who live in these times are in danger," Aragorn said. "The shadow grows in the east, and its reach lengthens. But yes, you face a more immediate threat. I will leave at first light to scout the orc encampment and assess the danger. If I can, I will lead them away from here, draw them off in pursuit of me. Then you must make for Bree with all speed." The old man was silent for a moment, then asked the question that had clearly been weighing on his mind. "Who are you, truly? You are no common ranger, whatever name you give. You speak the black speech of Mordor. You know the old ways and the secret paths, and you fight like a warrior out of legend. What man has such skills?" Aragorn turned to look at him, and in the moonlight his face seemed ageless, neither young nor old, but marked by the weight of years beyond counting. "I am what you see," he said at last. "A wanderer, a watcher in the wild. My lineage and my titles matter not. What matters is that I stand between the darkness and those who cannot defend themselves. That is all you need to know." The old man nodded slowly, accepting what was clearly a non-answer, but accepting also the sincerity behind it. "Then I will ask no more. But know this, Lord Strider. Our people will remember you. When we reach Bree, we will tell others of the Grey Ranger who saved us. Perhaps others will take heart from our tale and find courage in dark times." "Perhaps," Aragorn said, though he kept his voice neutral. He had no desire for fame or recognition. The Dunedain worked best in shadow, unknown and unsung. But he could not deny these people the comfort of their gratitude. Rest now. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. The old man departed, leaving Aragorn alone on the wall with his thoughts. He stood there for hours, watching and listening, while the moon climbed higher and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient courses. The night was peaceful, almost deceptively so. No sounds of pursuit came from the north, no cries of orcs or clash of weapons. But Aragorn's unease grew rather than diminished. The orc he had spared would have reached its camp by now. It would have told its tale of the grey warrior who had slain its fellows and sent it fleeing. What would the orc chieftain make of such news? Would it inspire caution, making them withdraw to safer hunting grounds? Or would it enrage them, driving them to seek revenge? Aragorn knew orcs well enough to guess the answer. They were cruel and cowardly, but they were also proud in their own twisted way. A chieftain who allowed such an insult to pass unanswered would lose the respect of his followers. No, they would come. The only questions were when and in what numbers. As the hours passed and the night deepened, Aragorn's keen hearing caught sounds that troubled him, distant at first, barely audible over the whisper of the wind through the ruins, but growing slowly louder. The howling of wolves, and not the natural song of wild creatures hunting, but something more purposeful, more directed. Wargs, perhaps, those fell beasts that sometimes served as mounts for orcs. Or worse, the wolves themselves might be under the command of the enemy, driven by a will not their own. He descended from the wall and moved quietly through the courtyard to where the refugees slept. Most were deep in exhausted slumber, but the old man sat wakeful by the dying fire, as though some instinct warned him that the night's peace was illusory. He looked up as Aragorn approached, reading the tension in the ranger's face. "They come?" he asked, softly. "Something comes," Aragorn replied. "I hear wolves in the distance, moving with purpose. Wake your people quietly. Have them gather in the largest of the roofless buildings and stay silent. Douse the fire and keep the children calm. No light, no sound." The old man moved swiftly despite his years, rousing the refugees with gentle touches and whispered words. To their credit, they responded with admirable discipline, the fear of recent days having taught them the value of swift obedience. Within minutes, they had retreated into the shell of what had once been a barracks, huddling together in the darkness, while Aragorn returned to his position on the walls. The howling grew louder, closer, and now Aragorn could see movement in the moonlit landscape beyond the waystation. Dark shapes flowed across the hills, low to the ground and swift as shadows. Wolves, yes, but larger than natural wolves, with eyes that gleamed red in the darkness. And behind them, more shapes, upright and shambling. Orcs, moving at a steady lope that covered ground quickly, without exhausting the runners. Aragorn counted as they came into clearer view. 15, 20, 25. More than he had hoped, fewer than he had feared. They were spread out, approaching from multiple directions, clearly intending to surround the waystation before attacking. The orc chieftain had learned caution from the fate of his scouts, it seemed. He would not risk another ambush. But the orcs had made one critical miscalculation. They assumed their prey would be helpless refugees, easy victims to be slaughtered or captured. They did not know that a ranger of the Dunedain stood between them and their quarry, a warrior trained in Rivendell by Elrond himself, heir to weapons and skills passed down through generations of the kings of Arna. Aragorn strung his bow and nocked an arrow, waiting. The orcs were cautious, yes, but they were also predictable. They would pause before attacking, would gather their forces, and make sure all was ready. And in that pause, he would strike. The wolves arrived first, circling the waystation at a distance, their growls carrying on the night air. There were 6 of them, great grey beasts with fangs like daggers and intelligence in their eyes that spoke of unnatural cunning. They did not attack immediately, but prowled back and forth, testing the walls, searching for weaknesses. Then came the orcs, emerging from the darkness in small groups until they had completely surrounded the waystation. Aragorn could see their chieftain now, a creature that stood head and shoulders taller than his fellows, clad in piecemeal armor that looked to have been looted from a dozen different victims. He carried a great curved blade that gleamed wickedly in the moonlight, and when he spoke, his voice carried the harsh authority of one accustomed to being obeyed. "Man-thing," the chieftain called out in the common speech, his accent thick but understandable. "We know you are there. You killed my scouts, yes, But that was only 7. Now we are 25, plus the wargs. Come out and face us, if you dare. Or hide behind your walls and watch while we burn you out. Aragorn did not respond immediately. He was studying the disposition of the orc forces, noting which ones carried bows and which ones looked most alert and dangerous. The chieftain stood near the rear, letting his underlings take the greatest risk, as was typical of his kind. The wargs were spread out, but 3 of them were close together near the eastern wall, bunched up in a way that made them vulnerable. "I am Strider of the North," Aragorn called back at last, his voice carrying clear and strong across the distance. "And you trespass on lands that are under my protection. I gave your scout a warning to carry back to you. It seems you did not heed it. That is your misfortune." The orc chieftain laughed, a sound like stones grinding together. "One man against all of us? You are brave, Strider, or you are fool. Perhaps both. We will eat your liver and crack your bones for marrow. The man-flesh and the little ones behind your walls will scream before we are done with them." "Then come," Aragorn said simply. "Test the walls, if you will, but know that many of you will not see tomorrow's sunrise." For a moment, there was silence. Then the orc chieftain roared a command, and his forces surged forward. The wargs leaped ahead, their powerful legs carrying them across the ground in great bounds. The orcs followed, some shooting arrows as they ran, black-feathered shafts that whistled through the night air. Aragorn dropped below the wall as arrows clattered against stone around him. He counted 3 heartbeats, then rose and loosed his own arrow in one smooth motion. It took the lead warg through the eye, and the beast tumbled to the ground, its momentum carrying it forward in a tangle of limbs. A second arrow flew before the first had struck home, this one catching an orc archer in the throat. The creature dropped its bow and fell, clutching at the shaft. The remaining wargs reached the walls and began to hurl themselves upward, their claws scrabbling at the stone. But the walls had been built to withstand greater threats than wolves, no matter how large. The beasts could not gain purchase, though their snarls and howls were terrifying enough to freeze the blood of ordinary folk. Aragorn moved along the wall, loosing arrows with deadly precision. Each shaft found a target, and each target fell. An orc climbing a crude ladder that had been brought forward. Another warg as it attempted to leap the wall at a spot where it had partially crumbled. An orc who had the wit to take cover behind a rock and shoot back, but not the wit to realize that his position was exposed to attack from above. But for all his skill, Aragorn was only one man, and he could not be everywhere at once. While he engaged targets on the eastern wall, orcs were scaling the western wall, using ropes with hooks to pull themselves up. He heard them before he saw them, the scrape of metal on stone and the grunting of exertion as they hauled themselves over the parapet. Aragorn dropped his bow and drew his sword in one fluid motion, turning to face the first orc as it clambered onto the wall walk. His blade took it across the middle, and the creature fell back with a shriek, tumbling onto its fellows below. But more were coming. 3, 4, 5 of them now, spreading out along the wall to flank him. This was what Aragorn had trained for through long years of hard discipline. Not just the skill to fight, but the clarity of mind to fight well, even when outnumbered. He gave ground slowly, backing toward a section of wall where the parapet narrowed, forcing his attackers to come at him 1 or 2 at a time rather than all together. The orcs pressed forward eagerly, sensing an advantage. But eagerness made them sloppy, and sloppiness against a master swordsman was fatal. Aragorn's blade wove a pattern of death, parrying clumsy strikes and responding with precise counters that found gaps in armor and flesh beneath. One orc fell with a cut throat, another stumbled backward with a sword thrust through its belly. A third lost its hand to a sweep that came so fast it barely registered before the creature was screaming and bleeding. But the effort was taking its toll. Aragorn's breathing grew heavier, and sweat ran down his face despite the chill of the night. His sword arm ached from the constant motion, and a shallow cut on his left shoulder, taken from an orc spear that had come closer than he would have liked, burned with every movement. He could hold the wall, but he could not hold it forever. Below in the courtyard, he could hear shouting now. Some of the orcs had given up trying to scale the walls and were attempting to break through the gate instead. The heavy wooden door was strong, reinforced with iron bands, but it had stood for centuries and was weakened by time. Under the assault of axes and hammers, it would not hold long. Aragorn needed to do something to break the momentum of the attack, to shock the orcs and make them reconsider their assault. An idea came to him, desperate but possible. He cut down another orc that had rushed him, then turned and ran along the wall toward the gatehouse. The remaining orcs on the wall followed, thinking he fled, their howls of anticipated victory rising into the night. At the gatehouse, Aragorn descended the stairs 3 at a time and reached the gate just as it began to splinter under the assault from outside. He could see orc faces through the widening cracks, teeth bared in triumph. But instead of bracing the gate or fleeing, Aragorn did something unexpected. He drew back the iron bar that held the gate closed and threw the doors open wide. The orcs, caught mid-swing with their axes and hammers, stumbled forward into the gateway, their momentum carrying them into a narrow passage where their numbers became a hindrance rather than an advantage. And there, in the confined space of the gatehouse tunnel, stood Aragorn with his sword ready, his grey eyes cold as winter ice. The first orc through the gate died before it understood what had happened, Aragorn's blade taking it through the heart. The second met a similar fate, cut down as it tried to squeeze past its fallen comrade. The tunnel was perhaps 8 feet wide and 12 feet long, with stone walls on either side and a low ceiling overhead. In such a space, the orcs could only come at Aragorn 2 or 3 at a time, and their superior numbers meant nothing. It was a killing ground, and Aragorn had deliberately chosen to make his stand there. The orcs behind pushed forward, driving their fellows onto his blade, whether they willed it or not. Those in front tried to retreat, but found themselves trapped by their comrades pressing in from behind. Panic began to spread through their ranks as they realized they were being slaughtered in the narrow passage. Aragorn fought with grim efficiency, his sword rising and falling in strokes that had been perfected through decades of practice. He gave the orcs no opening, no chance to overwhelm him with numbers. The confined space worked to his advantage, limiting their ability to surround him or use their crude weapons effectively. And as the bodies piled up in the gateway, they formed a barrier that made it even harder for the orcs to reach him. The orc chieftain, watching from outside, realized the trap his forces had fallen into. He roared commands, trying to pull his warriors back, but the press of bodies in the gateway made retreat as difficult as advance. In his fury and frustration, he seized one of the wargs and sent it charging toward the gate, hoping the beast's ferocity would succeed where his warriors had failed. The warg bounded forward, leaping over the struggling orcs, its jaws wide and its claws extended. But Aragorn was ready. As the beast launched itself at him, he sidestepped and brought his sword around in a sweeping arc that opened the warg's throat. The creature crashed into the wall behind him and slid to the ground, its blood mingling with that of the fallen orcs. By now, nearly a dozen orcs lay dead or dying in the gateway, and the survivors were breaking, their courage failing in the face of such slaughter. They pulled back from the tunnel, stumbling over each other in their haste to escape the grey warrior who seemed to them like a figure from their darkest nightmares. The orc chieftain struck down 2 of his own warriors who fled past him, trying to restore order. But fear had taken root and would not be easily dislodged. Aragorn did not pursue them out into the open. That would have been folly, throwing away the advantage the confined space gave him. Instead, he stood in the gateway, his chest heaving with exertion, his blade red with orc blood, and watched as the enemy forces milled about in confusion. The remaining wargs had slunk away into the darkness, their appetite for battle gone. The orcs huddled in small groups, looking to their chieftain for guidance but ready to bolt at the first sign that he had no answer to offer. The chieftain himself stood alone now, his warriors giving him a wide berth. He stared at Aragorn across the corpse-strewn ground, and for a long moment there was silence save for the moaning of the wounded and the whisper of the wind through the ruins. Then the orc leader raised his great curved blade and pointed it at Aragorn. "You fight well, man-thing," he called out, his voice carrying a note of grudging respect. "But you cannot stand forever. We can wait. We can starve you out. We can bring more warriors from the mountains. You have won this night, but the war is not over." Aragorn knew the creature spoke truth, at least in part. He could not defend this place indefinitely, not alone. But he also knew something that the orc chieftain did not. Dawn was perhaps 2 hours away, and orcs, even the hardiest of them, did not like to fight under the light of the sun. If he could hold until sunrise, the enemy would withdraw, at least temporarily. "You have lost more than half your force this night," Aragorn called back. "How many more will you sacrifice before you admit that these lands are beyond your reach? Your master, whoever he may be, will not be pleased to learn that you threw away warriors in a futile assault on a lone defender." The mention of their master struck a nerve. The orc chieftain shifted uneasily, and Aragorn saw several of his warriors exchange nervous glances. They feared their distant master more than they feared death in battle. That much was clear. The question was whether that fear would drive them to fight harder, or to withdraw and seek easier prey elsewhere. The chieftain seemed to wrestle with himself for a moment, pride warring with caution. Then he spat on the ground and raised his blade high. "We do not flee from one man, no matter how skilled. We are the Gruzat, the iron fist of our lord. We do not know defeat." He turned to his warriors and roared, "Gather wood, we will burn them out. If we cannot take this place by steel, we will take it by fire." Aragorn's heart sank. Fire was the one threat he had hoped they would not think of. The waystation's walls were stone and would not burn, but the wooden doors of the gate were vulnerable, and more importantly, the smoke from a large fire in the gateway could fill the courtyard, choking anyone who sheltered there. The refugees, packed into the roofless building, would be forced to emerge or suffocate. He watched as the orcs dispersed, moving out into the surrounding land to gather fuel for their fire. Some tore up the dry grass and brush. Others broke branches from the twisted trees that grew among the rocks. They worked with renewed purpose, energized by their chieftain's command and the prospect of victory through a means other than direct assault. Aragorn retreated from the gateway into the courtyard, pulling the heavy doors shut behind him and dropping the bar back into place. It would not stop them for long, but it would buy a few minutes. He needed to think, to find a way out of this trap that would not require him to abandon the refugees to their fate. He found the old man waiting in the shadows, his face drawn with worry. "What is happening, Lord Strider? We heard the fighting and the silence that followed. Have they withdrawn?" "No," Aragorn said grimly. "They plan to burn us out. I bought us time, but not enough. We need to prepare to evacuate. But where can we go? Old Mablung cannot travel, and the children are exhausted. If we flee into the darkness, the orcs will run us down." Aragorn was silent, his mind racing through possibilities and finding each one wanting. Then, from the building where the refugees sheltered, came a voice, weak but clear. "Let me speak with the ranger." They turned to see old Mablung, the sick man they had carried on the litter, propped up against the wall of the building. His daughter knelt beside him, trying to press him back down, but he waved her away with surprising strength. "Let me speak with him," he repeated. Aragorn approached and knelt beside the old man. Even in the dim moonlight, he could see that Mablung's condition had worsened. The fever burned in him like a forge fire, and his breathing was laboured and rough. But his eyes were clear and focused with the strange clarity that sometimes comes to those near death. "I heard what you said," Mablung whispered, "about the orcs and the fire, and I know what must be done." He grasped Aragorn's wrist with fingers that trembled but held firm. "Leave me here. Take my people and flee while the orcs are gathering wood. I will hold the gate." "You cannot even stand," Aragorn said gently. "How would you hold anything?" "I don't need to fight," Mablung replied, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "I just need to buy time. Give me a sword and prop me in the gateway. When the orcs return, they will see me and think you still guard the passage. By the time they realize their mistake and force their way past, you and my people will be far from here." "Father, no," his daughter sobbed. "You cannot ask this of yourself. We will not leave you." "You will," Mablung said firmly, though his voice was fading. "I am dying anyway, child. I have felt the cold creeping into my bones these past days. Better to die with purpose than to simply fade away." He turned back to Aragorn. "You know I speak sense, Ranger. This is the way." Aragorn was silent for a long moment, his jaw tight. Every instinct rebelled against the idea of leaving this brave old man to die alone. But he also recognized the hard truth in Mablung's words. The old man was dying, would be dead within days at most, and if his sacrifice could save 24 others, including children who had their whole lives ahead of them, then perhaps it was a choice that honored rather than diminished him. "I will not compel you to this," Aragorn said at last. "The choice must be yours alone." "It is," Mablung said, "and I have made it." He looked at his weeping daughter. "Hush now, child. A man could wish for no better end than this, to save his kin and his people, to stand one last time against the darkness. I go to my death with joy, not sorrow. And so it was decided, though it tore at every heart that heard of it. While the orcs were still dispersed, gathering fuel for their fire, the refugees prepared to slip away. They gathered what little they could carry and said their farewells to Mablung, who sat propped against the wall of the gatehouse with Aragorn's spare sword across his knees. Aragorn spoke with him one last time before leading the refugees out through a small postern gate on the southern wall that the orcs had not yet discovered. "You have the heart of a king," he told the old man quietly, "and you will be remembered." "Just see my people safe," Mablung replied. "That is memory enough for me." They departed then, the refugees moving as quietly as they could through the darkness while Aragorn led them by paths only he knew, routes that wound through the broken land and would be difficult for the orcs to follow. Behind them, old Mablung sat alone in the gateway, his borrowed sword gleaming faintly in the moonlight, waiting for the enemy to return. The refugees moved like ghosts through the night, their footfalls muffled by grass, and their voices stilled by grief and fear. Mablung's daughter wept silently as she walked, supported by two other women who shared her sorrow. The children, sensing the gravity of the moment, made no sound of complaint despite their exhaustion. Even the wagons had been abandoned, their wheels too loud and their bulk too cumbersome for a flight through darkness. Aragorn led them south and east, away from the waystation and the orc encampment both. He chose paths that wound through gullies and behind ridges, places where they would be hidden from observation even if the orcs sent scouts to track them. The land here was rough and treacherous in the darkness, but the refugees trusted him and followed without question, picking their way carefully over rocks and through thorn bushes. They had been walking for perhaps 20 minutes when they heard it. The sound carried across the still night air, faint but unmistakable. The roar of orc voices raised in battle fury, and beneath it, a single human voice crying out in defiance. Mablung had met his enemy, and even at this distance, his courage rang clear. The sound lasted only moments before it was cut short, replaced by orc howls of rage and confusion. They had discovered the deception, had realized that the waystation stood empty, save for one dying old man who had dared to bar their path. Aragorn could imagine the scene, the orcs returning with armfuls of wood, approaching the gateway cautiously, seeing the figure silhouetted there with sword in hand. Their chieftain calling out a challenge, perhaps, expecting Aragorn's voice in response. And then Mablung's defiant shout, whatever final words he had chosen to speak before the end came upon him. The refugees heard it too, and several stumbled to a halt, turning back toward the waystation, though it was no longer visible in the darkness. Mablung's daughter gave a cry that she quickly muffled with her hand, her whole body shaking with sobs. The old man who led them bowed his head, and his lips moved in what might have been a prayer or a farewell to his fallen comrade. "He bought us precious minutes," Aragorn said quietly. "We honor him by using them well. Keep moving." They pressed on, driven now by renewed urgency. Behind them, they could hear the orcs spreading out, searching for their trail. The creatures had realized that their prey had escaped and were fanning out across the landscape, calling to each other in their harsh tongue. But the orcs were careless trackers in darkness, and Aragorn had chosen his path well. The refugees' trail was difficult to follow, winding as it did over bare rock and through shallow streams that left no mark of their passing. Still, the pursuit was relentless. The orc chieftain had been made a fool twice this night, first by Aragorn's defense of the gateway, and then by Mablung's sacrifice. He would not accept a third humiliation. His warriors spread wider, covering more ground, and several times Aragorn had to halt the column and wait, in breathless silence, as orc scouts passed within 100 yards of their position. The sky to the east was beginning to pale with the first hint of dawn when they reached a place that Aragorn recognized. A narrow ravine cut deep into the earth, its sides steep and treacherous, but offering concealment, and a route that would be nearly impossible to follow without knowledge of its twists and turns. He led the refugees down into the ravine, steadying the old and carrying the smallest children when the descent proved too difficult for them. At the bottom, a tiny stream trickled over smooth stones, barely enough water to wet their feet, but following a course that wound ever southward toward the more settled lands. Aragorn gathered the refugees around him, his voice low but urgent. "Follow this stream. It will lead you out of the ravine and eventually to the edge of the Chetwood, where the land is friendlier and there are farms that will give you shelter. From there, Bree is less than a day's walk. The old man stared at him in dismay. You speak as though you will not be coming with us, Lord Strider. I must lead the orcs away, Aragorn replied. They will not give up the chase while they think their quarry is near. But if I show myself, if I draw them off in another direction, you will have time to reach safety. He saw the protests forming on their lips and raised a hand to forestall them. This is not open for debate. I am a ranger. This is what I do. You will be alone against all of them, the old man said. They will kill you. Perhaps, Aragorn acknowledged, or perhaps I will lead them on a merry chase through the hills until they give up in exhaustion and frustration. Either way, you will be safe, and that is what matters. He glanced at the lightning sky. Dawn comes. The orcs will be less bold in daylight, but you must still move carefully. Stay in the ravine until you reach the Chetwood. Do not emerge into the open until you are certain it is safe. Mablung's daughter stepped forward, her eyes red from weeping but her voice steady. My father believed you could save us. He gave his life believing it. Do not throw away your own life needlessly and make his sacrifice meaningless. Aragorn met her gaze and saw in it the strength that had carried her through the loss of her home and now the loss of her father. I do not intend to die today, he said gently. I have too much left to do in this world, but I will not leave you to face danger while I stand idle. Trust that I know these lands and know how to survive in them. He clasped hands with the old man, then with each of the other adults, accepting their thanks and their blessings. The children gathered around him, and he knelt to speak with them, his stern face softening. Be brave, he told them. You have survived much already. A little more walking, and you will be safe in Bree, with hot food and warm beds. Can you manage that? They nodded solemnly, and one small girl, no more than 5 winters old, reached up to touch his face. Will you come visit us there, Master Strider? She asked. Perhaps someday, Aragorn replied, though he knew it was unlikely. The rangers did not often visit the towns, preferring to remain unseen guardians. But whether you see me or not, know that there are always those watching over you, keeping the darkness at bay. With those final words, he turned and climbed back up the side of the ravine, leaving the refugees to continue their journey to safety. As he reached the top, he paused and looked back one last time. They were already moving, following the stream as he had instructed, their forms growing smaller as they wound deeper into the ravine. Then they passed around a bend and were lost to sight. Aragorn turned his face to the north, where the orc voices still echoed across the hills. He could see them now in the growing light, dark figures spreading out in a search pattern, perhaps a dozen of them visible from his position. The rest would be scattered across the landscape, beating the bushes like hunters trying to flush game. He drew a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and gave a loud, clear call that rang across the morning air. It was a challenge and a taunt, the cry of a hunter who has spotted his prey, and he let his voice carry the unmistakable tone of one who stands alone and unafraid. The effect was immediate. The orcs froze, then turned as one toward the sound. Even at this distance, Aragorn could see the orc chieftain pointing in his direction, could hear the creature's roar of triumph. They had found him, or thought they had. They did not yet realize it was he who had found them, and who now led them exactly where he wanted them to go. Aragorn began to run, not in panicked flight, but in the steady lope of a distance runner who knows his own endurance. He headed north and west, away from the ravine where the refugees sheltered, leading the orcs deeper into the wild lands where their numbers would mean less, and his knowledge of the terrain would mean everything. Behind him, the orcs gave chase, their howls of bloodlust rising into the morning sky. They thought they pursued a lone man who would eventually tire and fall, becoming easy prey for their blades. They did not know they chased Aragorn's son of Arathorn, who had run from the misty mountains to the grey havens without stopping, who could traverse 50 miles in a day when need drove him, who knew every path and hiding place in the north. The hunt had begun, but the question of who was hunter and who was prey remained to be answered. Aragorn ran on as the sun climbed higher, and the orcs followed, drawn ever farther from the refugees who even now were making their way towards safety. Old Mablung's sacrifice had bought them time. Now Aragorn would ensure that time was not wasted. The land opened before him, wild and free, and despite the danger and the weariness that already pulled at his limbs, Aragorn felt something like joy. This was his purpose, his calling, to stand between the darkness and the light, to to run when running would save lives, to fight when fighting was needed. He was a ranger of the north, heir to a kingship he did not yet claim, and in this moment, he was exactly where he needed to be. The orcs howled behind him, their voices growing more distant as his superior speed and endurance began to tell. Aragorn smiled grimly and ran on into the morning, leading them away into the wilderness where the final reckoning would come. Aragorn led the orcs on a chase that would be spoken of in whispers among their kind for years to come. He ran through the morning as the sun climbed higher, always staying just within sight of his pursuers, close enough to keep them committed to the chase, but far enough that they could not catch him. He led them over rocky ground that tore at their feet, through thorn bushes that ripped at their flesh, across streams where the current ran swift and treacherous. The orcs, driven by their chieftain's rage and the promise of revenge, followed with single-minded determination. But as the hours passed and the sun reached its zenith, their numbers began to dwindle. Some fell behind, their shorter legs and lesser endurance unable to match the pace Aragorn set. Others stopped to rest, gasping for breath, and when they tried to resume the chase, they found they had lost the trail. The orc chieftain drove his remaining warriors onward with curses and threats, but even his iron will could not overcome the simple reality that they were chasing a man who was better than they in every way. By midday, only 7 orcs remained in pursuit, including the chieftain himself. They were the strongest and most determined of the band, those who had not succumbed to exhaustion or despair. But they too were flagging, their breath coming in ragged gasps, their weapons hanging heavy in their hands. And still Aragorn ran ahead of them, seemingly tireless, leading them ever deeper into the wild lands. Finally, as the sun began its descent toward evening, Aragorn led them to the place he had been seeking all along. A box canyon, narrow and deep, with walls too steep to climb, and only one way in or out. He entered the canyon at a run, and the orcs, seeing their quarry apparently trapped, gave a triumphant howl and rushed in after him. But when they reached the back of the canyon, they found Aragorn waiting for them, no longer running, but standing with his back to the stone wall and his sword in his hand. His breathing was controlled, his stance steady, and in his eyes burned a light that made even the hardiest of them quail. "You have chased me far enough," Aragorn said, his voice carrying clearly in the enclosed space. "Now it ends. Turn back while you still can, and I will let you live. Continue, and you will join your fellows who fell at the waystation." The orc chieftain laughed, though there was less certainty in the sound than there had been the night before. "You are tired, man-thing. You have run all day. We are 7, you are 1. The numbers favor us." "Do they?" Aragorn asked mildly. "I count 7 corpses if you press forward. Numbers mean nothing when skill and will are unequal." For a moment, it seemed the orcs might heed his warning. They hesitated, exchanging glances, remembering how many of their fellows had died in the gateway. But the chieftain would not be denied his revenge. He raised his great curved blade and charged, and his warriors, bound by their fear of him, had no choice but to follow. What followed was brief and brutal. In the narrow confines of the canyon, the orcs could not surround Aragorn or use their numbers effectively. They came at him in a ragged line, and he met them with a skill honed by decades of training and battle. His blade moved like quicksilver, parrying and striking in motions almost too fast to follow. One orc fell with a cut across its throat. Another dropped with a sword thrust through its heart. A third lost its weapon arm and collapsed, screaming. The orc chieftain reached him last, stepping over the bodies of his fallen warriors. He was strong and skilled for his kind, and his great blade sang through the air in powerful sweeps that would have cut a lesser warrior in two. But Aragorn was not a lesser warrior. He gave ground at first, letting the chieftain tire himself with furious attacks, then began to counter, his strikes precise and economical. The fight lasted perhaps 3 minutes before Aragorn's blade found the gap between the chieftain's breastplate and helm. The orc staggered, its weapon falling from nerveless fingers, and dropped to its knees. Its yellow eyes stared up at Aragorn with something that might have been respect or might have been hatred. It was hard to tell with orcs. Then, the light faded from those eyes, and the chieftain fell forward onto its face. Aragorn stood alone among the bodies of his enemies, his chest heaving now as the exertion of the long day finally caught up with him. Blood dripped from his sword, and new cuts marked his arms and legs where orc blades had found him. But he was alive, and the threat to the refugees was ended. He cleaned his sword on the cloak of one of the fallen orcs and sheathed it, then made his way out of the canyon. The sun was low on the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. He was far from the waystation, far from the refugees, alone in the wilderness with a long journey ahead of him. But that was nothing new. This was his life, had been his life for 40 years, and would be his life for many years yet to come. As he walked through the gathering dusk, Aragorn's thoughts turned to the people he had saved. They would be nearing the Chetwood by now, perhaps already within sight of the first farms. Tomorrow they would reach Bree, where they would find safety and shelter, and begin the long process of rebuilding their lives. They would tell their story to others, and perhaps some would remember the name of Strider, and take comfort in knowing that there were those who watched over the innocent. And old Mablung would be remembered too, the sick man who had found the strength to make a final stand, buying his people the time they needed to escape. His daughter would mourn him, as was right, but she would also honor him by living the life he had died to preserve. That was how the dead were truly remembered, not in monuments of stone, but in the lives of those who came after. 3 days later, Aragorn walked into Bree, dusty and weary from his journey. He went to the prancing pony, as he always did when he passed through the town, and took a seat in a dark corner where he could observe without being observed. The inn was busy that evening, full of locals and travellers, and the air was thick with pipe smoke and conversation. As he nursed a mug of ale and gnawed on a piece of bread, Aragorn heard fragments of a story being told at the next table. A group of refugees from Arcade, the speaker said, had arrived in Bree 2 days before, telling a tale of being saved from orcs by a mysterious ranger called Strider. There was talk of a creature made of shadow that fed on fear, of a sick old man who had sacrificed himself to save his people, and of a lone warrior who had fought off 24 orcs to protect those who could not protect themselves. The tale had grown in the telling, as tales often do. Some details were embellished, others forgotten or changed, but the essence of it remained true, and Aragorn listened with a faint smile touching his lips. The refugees had made it safely to Bree. That was all that mattered. He finished his ale and slipped out of the inn unnoticed, making his way through the darkened streets to the gates of the town. Beyond those gates lay the wilderness, the wild lands that were his true home. There were other roads to walk, other dangers to face, other people who would need protection in the years to come. The shadow was growing in the east, and the time of great trials was approaching, but that was for tomorrow and the days after. Tonight, Aragorn would sleep under the stars as he had done for so many years, and he would take comfort in the knowledge that in this small corner of Middle-earth, 23 people were safe because he had been there when they needed him. It was not glory or recognition that drove him, not the desire for fame or reward. It was simply this: the knowledge that he had made a difference, that he had stood against the darkness and prevailed. And so the ranger walked out into the night, his grey cloak blending with the shadows, becoming one with the wild lands that he protected. Behind him, in warm beds and safe houses, the refugees he had saved slept soundly, untroubled by nightmares of orcs or shadow creatures. And somewhere in the depths of the night, other rangers walked other paths, keeping their silent vigil, unknown and unsung, but ever watchful. For this was the way of the Dunedain in those days, the heirs of Númenor who had dwindled to a handful, but remained true to their ancient purpose. They were the watchers in the darkness, the guardians at the borders, the shields that stood between the innocent and all that would harm them. And though their deeds went largely unrecorded, and their names were forgotten by most, they continued their work without complaint or expectation of reward. And in the years that followed, when Aragorn would at last claim his kingship and be crowned Elisar, king of Gondor and Arnor, he would sometimes think back to nights like this one, when he had been simply Strider, a ranger walking the wild paths. Those had been hard years, full of danger and privation, but they had also been years of purpose and clarity. He had known who he was and what he fought for, and that knowledge had sustained him through all trials. But that is a tale for another time. This story is ended, and the night grows late. Sleep now, and dream of the wild lands where heroes walk unseen, where courage is found in the humblest hearts, and where hope endures even in the deepest darkness. For as long as there are those willing to stand against the shadow, the light will never be wholly extinguished. And so we leave Aragorn the Ranger, walking alone into the wilderness, carrying with him the gratitude of those he saved, and the knowledge that his long years of vigilance have meaning. The road goes ever on, and there are many miles yet to travel before the end. But for tonight at least, the people of the North can sleep safely, protected by those who ask nothing in return save the chance to serve. Thus ends this untold tale of Aragorn, one of many that could be told from his years as a ranger, before the great events that would shake Middle-earth and change the fate of all its peoples. May you rest well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet courage of those who defend the light.